guess I sold all my gold, huh? Oh no, I sold all my gold. Goodbye, the citizen showdown. Let's go back out there custom for a myriad of reasons. It's just like Grand Theft Auto, it loads faster. Like right there, that load is way, way faster. Frames are better. You can get all the same achieves, not achieves, but the all of the same, you know, weeklies and dailies and stuff for the skins. And while it's not the same mode, I'm talking to regs. Yeah, regs. I want to trade globally for the Secret Service. Chess piece for $12.50. Secret Service. Chess piece, is that right? Yeah, chess piece. Jetpack armor, which I'm short. But that's okay. So we know where we stand at least. And now I need more gold, but I'm not like being slack about my dailies or anything like that. Custom gives me something else to do. When I know I'll reach this point where my main character will just like have nothing else to do. At which point I'll move to custom and I'll get her stuff.
Yo. Later, boss.
Let's
see ya.
Save.
You take care.
So I wanted to save.
Careful.
Yeah, 20 more K in the save. Deposit.
See you soon.
We will do a car wash mission to reduce. Well, no, I want more here. I will do money laundering mission.
Got a shipment of dirty cash just arrived. Sending you the location.
first one was a double. Oh, that's all you had. You can see his blood on the hood. James Bond, license to kill.
Son of a bitch, but I'm pretty sure you're objectively annoying. What the hell are you doing here? I'm shitty.
I should have just fired it up.
I'll kill you! Shithead! You're dead! Get down! Frick! We got a man down! Asshole!
Trying to get in first person, but it won't let me.
Look out! What the hell are you doing here? This is private. Whatever it is you want, it must be real important. Hey, you're not allowed in here! You're just, like, fucking annoying, okay? Dude!
Where is this guy?
Asshole!
Where is this guy? Why would you jump? Jump, damn it.
Dude!
Oh, there you are. I don't think I should have gone this way. I don't like how they he just ragdolls. Well, at least we're like close this time. this is, I don't know. Oh, there. The thrift axe, right? The thrift axe. Okay, so... Is that it? That might be it. No, that's not it. That's it. That's it, the alpha male. Cool. It's a Karen.
Once the other car gets more contact, his name's Hal. I can trust him. He's gonna strip his
I can't move.
Thanks.
Yep. Yeah. You delivered cash. Nice. Hands on, cash delivered. Was it nighttime? Yeah, he went to bed. Oh, cool! Like that. Like I like the whole day-night cycle. I think this game's so good. Clock accurate? It is. It's 1:07 p.m. or 1:07 a.m. in the morning. Cool, the clock's accurate. I fucking love that. Yeah, like can you look at it on the phone as well? Yeah, the clock's everywhere. The RP of this game is something. I don't like the RP that they do on like YouTube and shit, but I like the game itself for RP. I think it's actually so good. I don't need other people. I don't know. You keep turning into me. Stop turning into me. Damn! Where's my bike? Son of a bitch. You guys keep turning into me. So annoying. Oh, this piece of dead crap truck. What about house? He's got a window. E to unlock the Walton L35 stock. Well, it's not a bad car or truck. I mean, it's like a brat, basically. Yeah, it's like a brat or whatever. Yeah, it's like a little mini truck. Mini trucks are cool. They have like low footprint and they have a lot of storage space. I kind of have one. And I have a mini truck.
This shit is whack, son.
Fucking shit, that was my car and stuff. Whoa, jeez, man.
Yeah, what's cracking?
Jesus. Psychopath driver.
Oh, Grand Theft Auto on my here screen with 120 frames. You know, on a good card, it looks so good. The enhanced edition. Logging beaver's good. Oh, I gotta check my Digby boy.
This is Carlson. I'm calling you back about the listing off the deal. Real deal. Oh, this move was made hours.
It's dawn.
Motherfucker!
No! You fucking dick. Ah, whatever. You're so annoying. I mean, I could respray, but no, he turned into me when fucking idiot. Why did you turn into me when you were in the left lane at a fucking, like, a intersection? Why did you turn into me like you were gonna switch lanes in the middle of the intersection? It's because you just wanted me to fail the mission. I can't get it back. Trying to do it perfect so you turned into me. You son of a bitch. Hello. It's
Okay, if anybody asks, the damage happened after the car was dropped off, yeah?
You see that shit?
Drop it, freak!
I believe I'll cook something for dinner. I'm kind of hungry. I walked through 6 miles today or whatever, and I've taken the trash out, done all this crazy shit, and now I want to have like the only meal I'm gonna eat today. I'm not enough for like 40 minutes. And I want a timer. Or I'm going to do 45 minutes, yeah. So I don't forget. 45 minutes. We're going to clock. I want a new timer for 45. That way I'll remember and I won't burn my dinner. Something here, inside objective. Okay, well, I don't see. Oh, train. Okay, so,
Yo.
So my heat's gone. My save has no money in it. The next thing I want to do is access the laptop since I have no heat. And I want to do Mr. Faber work. We'll go on and I'll try to get some help with this. We're going to put it on hard. And then purchase all ammo. Yep. And purchase super heavy armor. You're right. Confirm settings. Auto invite this stuff. And I'll just give it like a few seconds. And just see if anybody wants. What is that sound? Oh, I have a mimetic now. Let's go deal with that. Or deviation, I mean. Fucking weird stuff. So, okay, now we have... We should move this, like, to the other side, so a row over here. And then, yeah, that should be good enough. That way we can reach all of them. So, paper doll. Ooh, lots of stuff off him. The Digby boy. Logging beaver. Sap cam. Let's recycle. Got a whole house worth of stuff there. Good. And now we worry about other stuff. And just let that respawn. You... I should listen to the story once, but I just don't care. I don't care. Can chimes. There are 3 bullets. I'm having fun. I like this expansion so far. You know, is the music off? No, I guess I gotta warp to Tycoon Lake or, I guess, Kanawha County Cemetery. Kanawha County Cemetery. I don't even remember that. I remember Tycoon Lake, I think. Have I been there? I don't know. Railroad Service Yard, Tycoon Lake. Oh yeah, my camp. Yeah, my camp by the drive-in that I could do, the Starlight Drive-in. But no, I don't know if I've been to Tycoon Lake. I don't want to jump across the river. Let's just do Tycoon Lake. That works for me. Yeah. Okay, let's rest this damage. Nobody came, huh? Okay, well, let's go. Matchmaking, join. Yeah, just let's go. Hope I have enough armors. I think I bought armors. Oh, what is that? Oh yeah, that's the town.
Check out the video I'm
Oh,
sending.
that's Tycoon.
Alright, look at this CCTV footage. See that? You're watching someone make the biggest mistake of his life. That car right there belongs to Yusuf Amir, a client of Mr. Faber's. And that son of a bitch stole it. Uh-huh. Found out the guy staying at the Diamond Casino. Head there and I'll clue you in. Maybe you've heard of the guy, but Yusuf, he likes to trade luxury cars. That's like, you know, a cute hobby for very, very rich people. And now and then he buys one with dirty money, sells it for clean cash. Seems like this guy was familiar with Yusuf's schemes and made a move, so for our sake, we gotta deal with him. Mr. Faber appreciates the proactive approach. Taking out a target like this is sure to get us some good credit, you know? And if we can get that car back in one piece, even better.
You know, the sound effects are a little low. I'm going to turn them up a bit. I didn't want them to be blaring. Coughing and stuff from this season. I know, the sound effects are loud. This music's kind of loud. Little less blaring. Oh, my beautiful kitty. My beautiful kitty. You. Maybe I should mute audio on focus loss for this game.
Now listen, all kinds of disgusting, degrading, extremely fun things happen at the Diamond. So now and then they get an external company to deep clean the place. Just so happens today's the day. Doors are unlocked and there's unfamiliar faces, and that is your cover. Alright, we want to keep it low-key, so see if you can slip in the back entrance. The target's staying on the 5th floor. Head up there. Just keep things chill, steer clear of security, and try to avoid the CCTV. I'm sure the cameras love you, but not today. Shit, security's onto you. Careful, we're locking the place down. Elevators are out.
Up until he stops shooting! You fucked with the wrong soldier! Malfunction! Dick! Oh no! I don't get it! Holy shit! He's down! Hold it right there! Semper Fi, motherfucker! Ah! Fuck me! No!
We don't have his room number, so you're gonna have to hunt around. Try checking the staff area for a schedule or a guest list or something.
Man down!
I'm yours!
You messed with the wrong man! Inbred moron! Here I come! Get to some cover! We need a medic! We're receiving We need to pull back! I'm gonna shit down your neck! You piece of shit! Reloading! Ow! Ah!
You're good as dead! They hit him! Fight some protection! Ha! Dick!
Inbred moron! Suck my leg! Ah!
Search for the cleaning schedule. Where would that be? Oh.
Get behind something! Your mother was a low-down? Oh. Shit, man down! Ooh, I'm at her all get out! Dick!
You piece of shit!
I'm a fucking Marine!
Where is he? I don't see him. Where is he?
If you find anything useful, send me a pic. He's got a lot of fake IDs, but Yusuf let us know the names he uses in LS. I can see if there's a match.
Take a photo of the cleaning schedule.
Take cover! You long streak of piss! Cocksucker!
Got him. Get to his room and take him out. Oh, and between me and you, if you find an open room, maybe check it out. You know, if you want to swipe a little something extra.
Man down over here! Cocksucker! I'm getting some goddamn cover! Damn it! Man down! die right now.
Be ready.
You stupid motherfucker!
Yeah, fuck that guy. Now go find the car. Oh, but look for the keys first. You could force your way into the car, but it'll mean a cut to our pay. You got the keys? Nice.
Go to the casino garage, okay?
Your mother was a low-down whore.
Hold it right there!
Shield yourself! Hey,
Can't die, can't die. Please don't do this, please don't do this.
necessary force. Cocksucker. Cock-sucking piece of trash.
Go to the casino garage, okay?
You like the protection? Your mother was a low-down whore.
What does my mother have to do with it?
Hide behind stuff until he stops shooting!
Hey, I'm yours.
Please fire, please fire, please fire. Please fire, please fire, please fire, please fire. You're so annoying. Your cover mechanic sucks. Please don't do it here. If you do, make it voluntary in the options menu.
I'm a fucking Marine. Dick.
Oh, holy shit!
I'm yours.
Inbred moron!
Cocksucker.
Yeah, this is better.
Take cover! Die!
Your mother was a low-down whore. Take cover.
Semper Fi, motherfucker! Hit the dirt! Find some cover! You piece of shit!
Oh god, no, no. What do you mean? Oh, okay. Oh god. Not too good.
Damn it. Here I come!
And the headshot shit, it makes it so easy. I'll kill this last guy.
Inbred
here.
moron!
There she is. Let's go. I like storming through.
Oh, listen to that thing purr.
It reminds me of what's it called? It reminds me of a little bit of Hotline Miami, but you can heal if you have
Almost
the
there.
time.
Just get the car back in one piece.
You piece of shit! No way!
Beautiful sunrise.
Oh, Yusuf's gonna lose his mind. satisfied, you know, in a good way. And a satisfied client means a satisfied Mr. Faber.
I like this
Yo,
guy
lose those
fast.
cops.
Gotta lose them? Okay, well, I don't know.
Do for it.
Hi, kitty. I don't know, I gotta lose the cops, huh? No, if I go to the car wash, I can just wash it.
Go suck a dick.
Salvage yard. No, I'm just gonna keep going. Kitty, you're kind of distracting me a little bit. It's annoying. Hi. Stop the mission, kitty. It's online. The hell was that? I was wishing he was like...
Yusuf sent his cousin to collect the car. Some guy named Jamal, he'll be waiting for you.
What? Where do I go? You didn't, like, the symbol went away.
Fucking
I have
move!
an idea, but I don't want to die. Can't lose the car. Can't lose the car. Maybe I can just run down in here and recover the car later. What can they do? They can't do anything. They can't impound the car, right? They're not that smart. I could loop around and get back in the car if they're not thinking about it too. I don't know, that could be potentially something you would do in real life, but it would be very, very unlikely. Just maybe you just notice that Bumpkin's an
Now
idiot.
just head to the drop-off and we can call it a day.
Yeah. Maybe Bumpkin's an idiot and he forgets about the car is still running and like leaving there with the keys in the ignition just waiting. You leave it running and they just book after you and they don't think about the car, how it's sitting there running. Maybe you come back. Maybe you come back after you kill them all and drive off in the car. If the car is the big part of it, ooh, you're gonna like die from that, are you? I can't believe I made it through this mission. The first time with no deaths, and I killed like how many fucking people? I don't know. Put the gun away. Yeah, this worked. I'm learning how to get away from you assholes easier, you know? Years and years of Grand Theft Auto 1, Grand Theft Auto 2, Grand Theft Auto 3, Grand Theft Auto 4 are finally paying off, and I'm like loving Grand Theft Auto 5. And I skipped this game. I like skipped it because I was locked out of my fucking account. Square Enix and Rockstar both locked me out of my fucking accounts. Fucking pisses me off. But starting over isn't the end of the world, you know? Fuck it, buy a new one. I learned. Buy a new account, who cares? They fucking lock you out. They're pieces of shit. What can you do about that? Start a new account. It took me years to swallow the pride to start a new account. You know? I should have just... I did. I waited like 7 years.
Nearly passed out. I was holding my breath
I
so
got hacked in
long.
like 2018. I didn't
Nice
get my
work.
account back till... I didn't start a new account till what? 5 years later, something like that. Longer than that. No, it was like, yeah, it was longer than that. It was like 6 years or something I waited. I should have just been playing this game. I wish I had just played this game instead of Rust. I'd be happier. I was like, I like Grand Theft Auto, but that combat, you know, that combat's not so good. That auto-aim combat, yeah, on controller, it's cheap as hell. Oh, my auto-aim from Kitty. I should stir my dinner now that I'm not pressured by the mission. My kitty's just burning her guts out. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. RC Bandito time trial. Rogers salvage and scrap. I don't know. Should we try it once? This time trial seems to I don't have one. So do we have money? Yeah, I got 33K. I got a deposit. go. That's good. 7:31. Go. 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 So, I want to go back to the car wash now. That is, oh, Higgins Helitors, yeah. I'm right by Higgins Helitors. Isn't there some daily or something with that one too? Let's go to that since I'm at it. Fuck it. It's going to this part of the
Jesus! Oh, again?
What is my car? What the fuck are you talking about? It's my car.
You want to kill me?
Yes.
Oh, fuck!
I don't know why I
Sweet Jesus.
spared your life. Take it. Because I don't want to star, and I don't want to star massively. Yeah. It's a free helicopter because I own this place, huh? That's dope as fuck. And you get like set here, huh? That's it. Last time I came here, there was like a somebody pushed me. This is request personal aircraft. I love that I have a hangar. Why can't I set home here? I can set home in a garage, but not the hangar that I own? I mean, there's no bed here, and that's probably why. They're like, no, why would you come to the office? There's no bed here. You plan to sleep on the couch, or what? Oh, I guess you can. No, you can't. You can sit down, but you don't think you can sleep. Like, can you set... let's go ask the AI. Tempted to buy Bannerlord, but not on Steam. I want Bannerlord on GOG. Maybe it's on GOG. If it's on GOG, I might buy it. Yeah, was it cheap on GOG right now? I might buy Bannerlord. No, I know I don't like Bannerlord, and I know I don't want those Navy missions. I don't think I like Bannerlord. It's too war sim. This is a little too gang sim for me a little bit, but it's at least got a good RPG system that keeps me away from a bunch of that. Mountain Blade Warband, X4, Games for Me, Songs of Six, Universe Sandbox. Oh, I should go stir my dinner since she got off me. I'll be right back. Yeah, you doing good, kitty? Doing good? You happy kitty? I like my happy kitty. Good, good, happy kitty. How's this going? This is going well. Let's start. Okay, this cooked very well. Now I'm gonna put it down to low. And keep it on low heat until the timer runs out. And then we got a nice meatball and gnocchi meal. Okay. My dinner will cook for a few more minutes. It's a slow cooked type thing. One click mods. Call of the Void, Chronicles of Murtana Akalo, Stalker Gamma. What are these? See all. One click mods for Enderroll. Oh yeah, Enderroll, special edition, huh? Doom 3. Enderroll's good, but it would lock me out of my GeForce Now thing. Fallout London, the one-click. Yeah, the one-click mod. I own Fallout 4, and I could run Fallout 4. Like, I could run Fallout 4. Stalker Anomaly is a mod, but you have to buy Stalker, right? Oh my god. I could play Stalker Gamma, but it's so warsome. No, I know that Stalker has things I don't like. Unless I can edit them out, I might not want it. And I don't want to learn Stalker. I don't need a mill sim that's all super dark and crazy like that. I don't need that. Yeah, I curse everything about it in the same breath. I'm not seeing good stuff about this game. You're not selling it for me. Let's go to Steam on the Christmas sale or whatever it is they're on right now. Is it a Christmas sale? Maybe it's not. It's just the early December. But... Dark Tide for didn't they just make this game and they're selling it for like $10 now because I don't like Warhammer anymore. It's too right-wing coded. And they can they're starting to see it. 1750 for the Medieval Dynasty, but I mean I don't think that's that good. Space Engineers 2 is out. I didn't know that, but I don't know. I don't think Space Engineers is my game. Breachers, Slayers, Core Keeper, Witcher, Witcher 3 for $10. I've seen it for so many different prices. It's weird to like see it at like 10. I've seen it for such cheaper prices. Planet Crafter, Warhammer, Project Zomboid, War Thunder, Raiders. Let's go to Sandbox if it's here. I don't like this tag thing, but that's alright. I'm looking for Sandbox tags. Open World Survival Craft? My dinner smells good. Ooh, new Nor Jasmine. Yeah, that's what I'll watch while I eat dinner. Cue it. ABX03, Finders Keepers. I played an RPG with no map and it made me feel like 12 again. You mean Rust? No, just... Yeah, with that railway rifle. My pros and cons with that were too. Ooh, that might be good. But anyways, I'm gonna close this now. And there's like nothing to do here. There's like snacks and stuff, but there's nothing really to do, I don't think, right? Oh, access laboratory. Can we expand? Yeah, I want to buy Smoke on the Water now, but how much is it? It's $8.50. I'm not that far from that. Okay, I have massive heat on the business, like a helicopter tour, huh? Okay. Okay, we will do this mission and then eat. I'm going to kill the flame
All right,
on my
game
meal
face.
and turn off
I know
this.
being a tour guide doesn't give you the rush you're used to, but we gotta keep up the act. So get out there and show those suckers a good time, huh?
Okay. Yeah, that railway rifle is so good. I want it. Anyways, reset. Close. Then, oh, enter the map. Okay. Oh, sorry, kid. I didn't mean to bump you. You okay? They don't let you do first person helicopter. Your helicopter controller is so annoying. Before we blow up. You like 4 a.m. tours often?
This is gonna be great.
I've loaded up some sites on your GPS. Just fly around the landmarks and get them back safely. Safely.
This is going to be amazing.
It's so different in person.
Oh god, I don't know how I'm alive, but I'm alive. I'm alive. I don't know how to fly this chopper. It sucks on these mounts. This view seems to do it better for me, but I don't really know. It's cool to see this now. Like ants. Little AI ants, all driving little cars.
It's just like I imagined it. How nice. Ever since I was a little girl, I wanted to come here.
Oh, wow! This is a great way to spend the day.
Thank you.
What a tour. Love that form.
Oh, there could have been a building right in front of me. I wouldn't know. Now it's letting me. Oh, there we go. Oh, cool. There's a cool cinematic one. Oh, there is. Like, as I travel out there. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, the cinematic one is awesome. sandbox they built is really good. There's lots of stuff. I know I haven't even got around to all of it, but I didn't know oh god, did I get it? Yeah, I did not. Oh, Inspector up there. Inspector up there. Yes, go, go, go. I don't know if this is far, but my friend's 144. One more time, one more try. I didn't know what the buttons were, I didn't know what to do. Boing. Okay. Oh. Restart again, try one more time. And I'll come back to it when I'm, eating dinner. After I eat dinner. I don't like that. I have trouble with that right there. Fun actually. I like this little bit of content. Did I get it? Yeah, I did. I don't think you can do this without losing power, but that's alright. Maybe we're okay. I don't know. So Rockstar wants to do like the Roblox thing, I guess, if they're going to be like the adult Roblox, and I like their vision, I like their casino, I hope they only go better and bigger with the amount of money that they have and all that. I might make power, I don't know, I don't think so, I'm about to lose right now. Nope. I did not make power, damn it. Oh, if I end it, let's just see the track. What was that? Okay, this is the without reaching the end, do I get 217? Oh, it was $1,000. Okay, well, whatever. What are we doing? Oh, I'm here. Okay, yeah. Oh, I can do it again. Okay, I want to try again, yeah. But I want to eat dinner first, and then I want to deposit this money. Oh no! What? No. Why did this happen? What? Hey, it ain't a muggle. There were mountain climbers and it ate them. I love that little touch. It was good. It was really was the last thing I expected to happen. Okay, we're gonna do the Nord Jasmine while I eat dinner. I'm going to get something to drink and I'll be right back. Get something to get my dinner. Time. I have meatballs and gnocchi for dinner. Let's just do the new Nord Jasmine on a Sunday night. Hells yeah. Thank God for gods. Thank God for country. Thank God for this meal or whatever you believe in, whatever the fuck. Thank God for Nord Jasmine. Thank God for entertainment. Thank God for Grand Theft Auto. Good God, good food, good weed, good wine. Let's dine.
The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist by the military-industrial complex. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic process.
For 30 years, James Angleton was one of the top men in United States intelligence. He was head of counter-espionage at the CIA. James Angleton's vision of the world is uncompromising, belligerent, frightening. In the end, he believes that national security is above the law.
It usually takes a national crisis or a Pearl Harbor, where people then understand what survival means. In the West, it is almost inconceivable to be able to deceive when the very people who are your lawmakers are the ones who destroy your secrets.
President Kennedy was murdered in Dallas, Texas. He was shot by a sniper hiding in a building.
I'm just a patsy.
Let me explain something about what is called the Jewish lobby in this country. Jews, understandably, in the United States, because of what happened in World War II, because of the Holocaust, their belief is that being for Israel first means that does not mean you're putting America second. An American president, however, has to approach it in a different way, in my opinion. He's got always to think first of what is best for America.
No,
An American president must make a decision.
Shut the fuck up, you right-wing piece of shit, worthless cocksucker. I'm glad you're dead. Or is he dead now? I don't know. I assume he is. A good American doesn't see Jewish. A good American understands that this is the melting pot. And yeah, we got Jews, Italians, Mexicans, Spanish, Irish, Scottish. It just goes on. Hindu. Everybody, fucking everybody. Palestinian, everybody. Jewish, all of it. For you to ever differentiate about their race, it is racist, you right-wing piece of shit bigot. Racism, way back there in the 70s. You think we came forward? We're still back there.
That does not, in effect, give the Israelis a blank check.
There are those, of course, who would say that the CIA's wings were simply clipped, that they had been going too far, too fast, too freely.
Oh, there are those who will say anything. Have one great penetration, and you can move the world.
Today, I'm going there. Again, I love going there. Where's there this time around? Well, it's Israel and JFK. It was during my MK Ultra JFK sort of a rabbit hole that I started to see this pattern emerging specifically with CIA. Israel and JFK. And I was like, okay, this is an angle. You know what I mean? No matter who I talk about, there's always people in the comments. They're like, oh yeah, well, what about these people? Do you talk about these people? Do you talk about these people? And it's like, hello, I talk about everyone, bitch. Hide your kids, hide your wife, hide the Arabs, hide the Americans, hide the Israelis, because I'm talking about everybody around here. Welcome to my channel. So let's begin. We begin in 1939 when he was in Palestine. Bars. JFK was a Harvard college student, and he wrote a letter to his papa, his father. In this letter, he gives a summary of the situation, and he was kind of critical of the Jews when he was there. And he's talking about how they bombed their own shit, and then they would call the British for help, and how, like, the people thought that the Jewish leaders were kind of arrogant. And at the end of the letter, he even says that, like, Palestine wasn't Britain's to give away. And this perspective that he had would change. Meanwhile, also in 1939, the future chief of counterintelligence at the CIA is this guy called James Angleton, a.k.a. Mossad's man in Washington, a.k.a. Mother. Yes, they called him Mother at the CIA. So they call me Mother. Guess who's back in the house? Heels click, clack, and about. Kick, kick, cow, but bow. If you know, you know. Mother was at Yale studying poetry. Here's a quote from him, which it's quite poetic. And this is what he said. He said, "Deception is a state of mind, and the mind of the state." Ooh. Wow. James Angleton and JFK were both the same age. They were both born in 1917. They both served in the military. The difference is JFK would go into politics, and James would become a spy. Now, James got recruited to the OSS. The OSS was the Office of Strategic Services, and it was the precursor to the CIA. This was in World War II, and he was...
There's this wonderful scene it does reflect my feeling about the military. It's a Venture Brothers quote. They're like, you know how we do? We're OSI. If one of our people is fucked up, we come and rumming and clucking and squawking like you know how we do. Venture Brothers quote. It was a quotable quote, but I don't think they know how good that quote is. It's like the OSI quote. Oh, I can't find it. Oh well.
He was in London, and then he was in Italy, and he...
But I've always looked at the military kind of like, we come a running and a squawking like hens if one of our own is in trouble, and that's how I think of the military. So they will always serve themselves first. They look after their own first. And you know what? They put their lives and their whole dedication behind it. We will afford them that luxury or whatever it is. You know, they work for it. They earned it. It's acceptable for them to put themselves first because they put their lives on the line. But I mean, they always put themselves like above others, you know.
would end up rising
And
through
that's
the
how I
ranks.
look at the military, and they have that divine providence to do so, but that's something you need to remember about them. They will always put themselves first.
Very quickly. James Angleton was so good at his job that his mission that was only supposed to be 6 weeks ended up turning into 3 years. Okay. And he rises through the ranks very quickly. He captures over 1,000 enemy intelligence agents, and he becomes the youngest OSS officer who was the head of a counter espionage desk, which was the Italy desk. And he had a lot of autonomy. He was very young, and he ends up actually having a personal liaison with the mafia, the Italian mafia, which is interesting because after JFK's assassination in the 70s, when they did these committees
yeah, the Godfather referenced all of their governments and senator connections. Remember, they're like, you know, I forget the whole storyline, but it's like somebody proposes that the Gambino family proposes that. I'm not a Godfather fanatic, so I can't remember the story that well. But they're like, Vito Corleone should get into the drug business, and Vito considers it. And he's like, no, I considered it, and I said no. And they're like, why, Vito? There's so much money to be made. And he's like, if I have, you approach me because I have connections. And I forget the name of the family. Was it Gambinos? I forget. But the Gambinos are there talking to him. He's like, you like my government connections. I have the state senator in my pocket. I've got the feds and the cops in my pocket. We want something done. We can do it. And he's like, if I were to sell drugs or sell girls, as opposed to run numbers and run protection, they wouldn't be my friends very long. And so, and I always thought of that as the Mario Puzo sort of nod that between Hoffa and the government and the Teamsters and the Mafia, there's always been a deep connection, kind of.
Investigate if there were conspiracies. One of the conspiracies.
It's funny, of all these things, I think of them as working men. Even the senators are working men. They're working men. They show up 9 to 5. They work their mafia job. They don't show up in the mafia. They don't show up 9 to 5, but they still work jobs. They still do work, and it's kind of crazy. And it's like they're like kind of working men. Even if they're working to steal, they're still sort of working men. So they fit well with each other. They end up being in the same cigar bars, the same bars, drinking and stuff. And often I don't see them having that much difference. Short of one's on the side of the law, one's not.
They were investigating was if the mafia.
In terms of like style, they're all just men that do things.
Mafia was involved. They decided there wasn't involvement with the mafia or the CIA.
The government, the mafia, the senators, the cops, the politicians, the committees, all these people, the governments, all that stuff. They're all basically rank and file structures meant to get some job done or something like that. I don't really see that much difference between any of them. They're just adult men trying to do adult things.
But they did say there was some type of conspiracy, but nothing came of that. They said, his coworkers, that he was arrogant. They didn't really like him, but it didn't matter because
a spy master who's arrogant, never.
The higher ups liked him. After World War II, when James Angleton returns to the States, he ends up being part of the founding members of the CIA in 1947. Something else happens in 1947, which is the UN partition agreement with regards to Palestine and Israel. They create a partition, and there's like two things. This war erupts, this whole ass thing, and then in 1948 we have
something that has torn our country apart, murdered my heroes, tortured our fucking greatest luminaries and stuff, and just. All in all, I would say pretty much been a really bad thing for our government and our people and our public. I don't like the CIA. I don't like spies. Just today I mentioned I don't like James Bond. I don't like spies. I think they're a necessary thing if you're running governmental business and you don't want to be outed by really bad, evil people who use spies and assassins all the time. But, I mean, so yeah, I suppose there is a place for it in a government, yeah. But the CIA, the spooks, they're not so good at what they do.
Creation of Israel, which was a huge issue in the region.
Now, The MI6 is good at what they do, and we do venerate James Bond, and we do like MI6. And Britain got attacked by the Nazis, if you recall. So the whole debonair, you know, Archer, I think of Archer more than I do James Bond. I think Archer is more my James Bond than James Bond is. I like Archer so much more than James Bond. Archer's more honest. Archer's so much more honest to the working man in the fucking service and shit.
Region and the beginning of
Archer was so much closer to the fucking James Bond shit in World War II and stuff than I think James Bond was. James Bond was ridiculous.
Basically, war,
sure,
war, and more war. The year after
one
Israel
where he almost drowns and stuff. There's like a bunch with Sean Connery, I think it was. There was a bunch that were good, but they're not like. But the movies are poppycock.
Created, the Mossad was created in 1949. Mossad is Israeli intelligence, like the foreign intelligence.
Also, I'm sorry, but you keep hearing all this stuff like Israeli intelligence and Mossad and CIA and all this shit. The more we venerate shit-ass fucking spooks, the more people become CIA. The worse the world gets.
Shin Bet is the like domestic intelligence. From the beginning, the CIA and Mossad had very close ties. And in 1951, they had this, quote, gentleman's agreement.
Why was the CIA working with Mossad? I supposed to require them to do that? I don't require them to do that. I'm the public, and I say don't do that. I say let our diplomats talk to Mossad. But let my diplomat, I really believe in the fucking pen over the sword. I will send a diplomat 1,000 times before I'll ever send a man with a weapon, you know? I really don't think we have to go to... I don't think our leadership has very good ethics or morals. I would have defunded the CIA way back in like 1950 when the bank robbers that we set them on all got defeated, essentially. Like the FBI was made to stop bank robbers like fucking... or mafia guys like Al Capone and Babyface Nelson and shit. When they got their guys and sort of stopped that whole organized crime thing from like at least flourishing, we should have defunded them because they're not really a governmental force that we need. Now, we do need federal police, but we don't need the Federal Bureau of Investigation. That's a jack-off third-party bank robber joke hunt squad. Joke of a hunting squad. I'm talking about like, man, modern FBI is not like that, but they use good forensic stuff to stop federal crimes and stuff. But we need federal police, but we don't need the FBI. We need federal police that will tell us where a bullet came from, or you know, where a crate of alcohol came from, or if they paid customs or that kind of thing. We need federal police, but we don't need the FBI. The FBI. You know, I've always thought of the FBI as what it sounded like, the Federal Bureau of Investigation. You know what that sounds like? It sounds like interrogators. It sounds like a fucking... and that's what it is, kind of. It's like... it was made by Hans Scharf and a bunch of Nazis and shit. And interrogation is their vibe. They really like interrogation and torture and Guantanamo Bay and all that stupid ass shit. I would say the Federal fucking Bureau of Interrogation was unnecessary. We do need federal police. We don't need the FBI.
Where
we don't need the CIA. That's gonna sound like some of a right wing black pill, red pill coded thing. But no, I mean it's about as liberal as it gets to say that we don't need the FBI or the CIA. That's liberal. That's saying we don't want those fucking pigs. You understand? It's almost Marxist in a way. It's like saying we don't need those fucking federal pigs. If the people weren't desperate, we wouldn't need federal pigs. You know?
It was this unofficial thing where they agreed that they were so close and they shared so much intelligence with each other that they didn't really need to
spy. We have the police, which are the dogs. We have the pigs, which is the fucking police. I'm sorry, the police are the pigs. The fucking senators and shit are the dogs. And the fucking... And it's just, you know... And a horse is a pig that doesn't talk straight. That's CIA.
Each other. But they did. They totally did. So I don't know what that...
spook, you know, a drunk.
Gentleman agreement is worth, but it doesn't seem like much. In 1951, JFK visits Israel. It's no longer Palestine, it's now
CIA
Israel.
CIA is horse, right? Horse is a pig that won't talk straight. If you don't know the fucking the gangster language, you shouldn't be on the street stealing dope like I did or whatever. But I mean, like, a horse, and I dealt with a couple of horses. A horse is a pig that doesn't talk straight. If you don't know what that is, it's like, you don't know what I'm talking about then.
He is very pro-Israel at this point.
The
2 years
CIA,
later...
entirely horse. FBI, entirely horse, I would say. There's not entirely. Okay, when people rob banks, the FBI does their job and shows up and the feds catch the bank robber, hopefully. Although sometimes we hear about how the FBI let a man rob 500 banks before they caught him. Yeah, they didn't let him do anything. But I mean, we're talking about Carl Gugasian, known as the Friday Night Bank Robber, who robbed, was it 500, was 50, I was there, who robbed over 50 banks over a 30-year period. One man outsmarted the FBI for 30 years and shit. So the one thing we set them to do, which was stop bank robbers, I'm not so sure they were that good at.
It's 19...
Fuck the FBI, fuck the CIA, fuck the fucking right-wing pig dog, fuck the authority, fuck the pig dog authority that thought that the CIA and the FBI was fucking necessary. Fuck them for shooting JFK in the fucking face. The fucking driver shot him in the face or whatever shit I've seen. I have no idea what I've seen. It's all doctored and crazy and missing. Scenes missing and stuff. We don't know. Fuck them. They're horses. They're pigs that don't talk straight. I don't want them anymore. They did damage to our fucking country just as bad, I would say worse than the cartels. They keep pointing the finger at the cartels so they keep getting their fucking horse money, so they keep chasing dudes who sell dope to us. You guys forgot, but we buy that dope. It's seriously, I'm gonna draw you like the fucking drug war for idiots on a fucking like on a paint thing, because the horses are part of this. The horses are fucking stupid, right? So here's America with our motherfucking huge wang, bitch. Yeah, huge wang. Here's the U.S. badly drawn by an American who's in a hurry. The U.S. We send our money South America way. South America way sends cocaine back to LA, to Florida, Miami, etc., to New York, Seattle, Austin, Texas, Chi-Town, Denver. Shit goes on, you know, it just goes on, shit, right? So now we're going to start over again, start over the concept one more time. U.S. money goes out for cocaine. Heroin. We go, what? These people that we buy cocaine from are evil. Evil. Just evil. Evil. Rabble, rabble, rabble. So we get out the cuffs. Here's some badly drawn cuffs. So we get out the cuffs and we're like, halt! like the Skyrim guards. We're like, halt, Mexico. Halt, South Colombia or whatever. Colombia, Medellin cartel or whatever. Halt! How dare you sell cocaine to us? Us is a big thing here. How dare you sell cocaine to us? We're throwing you in jail. That's how fucking stupid we are. Fucking stupid. Who's at the top of that? The CIA. You know, your triple letters. ATF. SS. DEA. Fucking pig fucking F-its. DEA is the worst one, almost. And, like, there are all these triple-letter fucking crazy Nazi psychos who were trained by Hans Scharf, the premier Nazi interrogator. Consult the wiki if you don't believe me. And they were trained to interrogate and disrespect and suppress. And that's what they do. And they dreamed up this problem where they say, the cartels are at fault for all that cocaine that we buy and all that heroin that we buy. It's the cartels who are at fault. No. We buy cocaine, we buy heroin. Wah! Us. The fault lies with us. Not with them, with us. And the CIA, fucking pig fuckers. The ATF, fucking pig fuckers. And this is, you know, I know who I sound like. I sound like Kaczynski. Or some right-wing coded shithead who was reading that idiot-ass novel that they all read from the 70s. It's about, like, you know, crazy people who secede from the government or whatever. I forget the name of it. It's all stupid. But the problem is, I like my drugs. I like my cocaine, my heroin, my methamphetamine, and my marijuana or whatever. I like my drugs, right? I could be a leftist who doesn't like this whole situation. I'm not some right-wing coded person who wants to shut down all the pig organizations. So that, you know, I'm not some right-wing guy who's at war with his own government like Ruby Ridge or whatever. I'm more like that hippie who wants to get high on heroin, but can't because you keep throwing us in jail. I don't really like it. All of our fucking music and all of our politics and all of our movies and all of our television, all that shit is just Americanized and it's just crazy. And so she speaks out against the CIA. It doesn't really surprise me because they're all kind of bad. And on top of it, they're not particularly good at their fucking jobs. I can pull the fact that one guy can rob 50 banks over a 30-year period. Sure, he was a talented bank robber, the most talented one. But there was many more like that. You got to kind of wonder, were they even good at the original thing that they set out to do, which was stopping bank robbers? Because what I hear lately is you can just hand them a note and they'll just hand you $3,000 to like $40,000 or something like that. You just hand them a note, and they're like literally they're so scared of you and what the FBI has done to them or whatever that they literally will not shoot you for trying to rob the store. Kind of like that, rob the bank. Kind of like the start of you know, Pan Shot. Remember Pan Shot from the Netflix film, what was it, you know, Buster Scruggs, right? We used to shoot the bank robber when he tried to rob the bank. Pan shot, or whatever, and then hang him at dawn for horse thievery or bank robbery or whatever. We used to sort of do that. Now we don't. Now we give them the money when they hand a note. And that's, you know, that's okay, but that's because the FBI has convinced the teller to let themselves be robbed. And I'm sorry, but what is it the whole point of a bank teller to not be robbed? Kind of that's the whole job. The bank teller could carry a firearm if they need to. They don't. Seems odd to me. I think we could just give the fucking bank teller a fucking firearm. Would we have that many bank robbers if the bank teller could just pull out the strap and gat you in the fucking face? If you even hand them a note or anything like that, and then all it would take is the first one or whatever before all the bank robbers in the country are like, oh shit, the bank robbers are just full-blown blasting you in the face now? Yeah, it is a much better deterrent than spending billions of dollars on the FBI, having Hans Scharf train the FBI to be fucking Nazis, having them do pig-ass Nazi stuff, like train the fucking tellers not to, like, you know, to do anything or whatever. It's just insane. It's sort of crazy. And it's like, it is weird. It's a weird system. So I doubt their ability to stop bank robberies. I doubt their ability to stop 911, if not full-blown committing 9/11. Like, I very much doubt their commitment to stopping 9/11s. I believe they caused 9/11.
53, and Alan Dulles is...
Because they need that budget. They can sit back there on their fat pig asses, doing nothing all their fucking lives, letting homeboy rob 50 banks or whatever the fucking 30 years. What is that, like 3 a year or something like that? Jesus Christ. It's not, it's 2, but it's still insane. It's just insane. But anyways, so it's just like, nah, we hired you to stop bank robbers, and now we're seeing maybe Hollywood movies coming out about the guy who robbed 60 of them or whatever it was. And it's like, nah, man, you weren't even good at that. So now I almost would like a more chaotic world where the teller just shot you for trying to rob the bank, than having the CIA and the FBI shoot John Lennon or Martin Luther King. By which, and I love putting this fact on my stream all the fucking time. Hey, AI, did Coretta Scott King sue the FBI successfully? Jesus Christ. Hey, did Jesus Christ. Here, go to the AI mode. Go to the AI mode. Go to the AI mode so you don't cut me off. Hey, did Coretta Scott King sue the FBI for the murder of her husband? And win? Yeah. The verdict was, after a 4-week trial with over 70 witnesses, a Memphis jury unanimously found Jowers liable for the symbolic $100 in damages to demonstrate they were not seeking financial gain. They just wanted to sue Lloyd Jowers they did, and so the FBI was the unknown conspirators, but they did sue the liar. Yeah, they didn't sue the FBI directly, though, no. But they won that they won that. Yeah, they rejected the jury's conclusion, which is just insane. That's insane.
Now the head of the CIA. If you'll remember, 1953 is also when MK was started. Soon after, Allen Dulles becomes head of the CIA. He makes James Angleton chief of counterintelligence of the CIA. MK by the way, is a program that was under James Angleton's department, by the way. So what does counterintelligence mean? Well, the way that James Angleton...
Blackmail. It's entirely blackmail. If you don't know what spies do, it's called blackmail. Blackmail or espionage or stealing information. One of the three things. Blackmail mainly.
Practiced counterintelligence was using this form of deception called penetration, right? That's what she said. Or is it that's what he said?
As long as you have the motivation, singleness of purpose, have one great penetration, then you can move the world.
Penetration. That was his favorite way of deception. And penetration is basically the placement of false agents within enemy ranks and the planting of false information with enemy analysts. Now that Allen Dulles made him the chief of counterintelligence of the CIA, he was now head of the Israel desk. But it was very different than any of the other desks because, let me read you the quote. It says here that James Angleton also held a unique, highly unusual portfolio, if I could speak. He was the exclusive liaison to Israel. In almost every other case, the CIA's Near East division handled Middle Eastern countries, but Angleton insisted that Israel be handled personally by him, separate from the rest of the CIA. This meant that for years, almost all intelligence flowing between the CIA and the Mossad passed through Angleton's hands. Under Angleton, Israeli intelligence liaisons were given unusual access to U.S. intelligence. This role earned Angleton, damn, that's a tongue twister, a reputation as an ardent champion of Israel within the CIA. He was also close friends with Reuven Shiloh, who was the founder of the Mossad, and also Mamouneh Isser Harel, I hope I didn't fuck that up, who was director of the Mossad. And actually in Jerusalem, there is a memorial to James Angleton because he really was a, champion of their cause? I think that's the word. Like, he was their advocate within the CIA. Like, if they're having two opposing points, he was always going to take the position that was in Israel's favor. That's why he was known as the Mossad's man in Washington, as well as Mother. Now, remember how I told you that there was this gentleman's agreement in 1951 where they weren't going to spy on each other, but how, like, they totally did? Okay, well, here's how they totally did. Now it's 1954, the same year that James Angleton becomes head of the Israel desk, is when we have all these crazy things that happen with Israel spying on the United States. There's this incident that happens at the U.S. Embassy in Tel Aviv where they find listening devices planted by Israel in the U.S. Embassy. That same year, there was also this other incident where they found out that there was a double agent or source or spy, whatever you want to call it, that the Mossad had within the State Department who was caught sharing information to Israel that was secret U.S. information. Then, also in 1954, there was the Lavon affair, which was basically a false flag, where false flag is where you attack yourself to make your enemy look like they did it to you to justify you attacking them, so that it looks like self-defense instead of the fact that you are starting it. So you're being aggressive to your own people and you want to be aggressive to them, but you want to make it look like you're the victim and they're the villain, so that when you defend yourself is justified. False flag. So the Lavon affair was a false flag that Israel did, and basically what they did was they bombed Western civilian targets in Egypt in hopes of blaming the radicals, and Egyptian leaders came out and were saying that we didn't do this. This was like an inside job, like they did this to make us look bad. And at the time, Israel was like, well, this is preposterous. You guys are lying. No way. I don't know why they're British all of a sudden. Turned out that it was totally fake, and Israel was behind it, and it ended up being this very like embarrassing thing for them. At this point, like U.S. and Israel relationships are a bit tense because they're like, we had an agreement, and like you're spying on us. You're like putting listening devices in the embassy, and you've got the State Department guy who's like flipped. What's the deal, bro? 2 years later, in 1956. The relationship between the United States and Israel becomes even more contentious with the Suez Canal crisis, which is basically, or is it the Suez crisis? Whatever. The point is, it's this whole thing that happens in the Middle East with Egypt and Israel regarding the Suez Canal, and the reason why it becomes tense between the United States and Israel is because the United States finds out that Israel has been having these secret, covert relations with the French and the British, and that wasn't cool because supposedly the United States and Israel were supposed to be, you know, the buddy the most, and now they're over here doing secret deals with them, and it's like, dude, I thought we were cool, what the fuck? That same year, Angleton secures this piece of intelligence, this speech from Khrushchev, so it's basically intelligence against the Soviets that Mossad shares with the US, that then makes the relationship a little bit better after all this tension, and it impresses the director of the CIA, Allen Dulles, and now it's like, okay, it seems like things are better. But then it turns out they weren't. Unbeknownst to the US at the time, a year after they share this intelligence with the CIA, they end up doing this secret shit with the French. France helps them build this nuclear facility known as Dimona, and this is going to be the huge issue between JFK and Israel, right? So this is in 1957, but at the time the United States does not know about it. It won't find out until a few years later, and they don't know that France is involved. But speaking of France, and also this is a good segue into Lee Harvey Oswald, because Lee Harvey Oswald is the person who officially killed JFK. You know, he denies it, then he got shot by Jack Ruby, and then there's the whole MK Ultra thing. But one of Lee Harvey Oswald's handlers is this French guy who has connections to French intelligence and the CIA, and it's interesting, but, you know, we'll get to that in a second, but, you know, file that away if you want. But speaking of Lee Harvey Oswald, who is this Marine who was stationed at the Utsugi Air Base in Japan. Now it's October 16, 1959, and Lee Harvey Oswald defects to Moscow. A month after this defection, the CIA starts intercepting and monitoring his mail. The weird thing here is that usually they would do something called a damage assessment right after that defection, but they didn't. Things are only going to get weirder because now it's 1960 and a bunch of shit happens in 1960. First of all, speaking of Israeli spying on the US when they're supposed to not do that, this specific intelligence group is formed, and it's called LACAM, which stands for Lishka Likishrei Maya. I know I butchered that, I'm sorry. And it is basically a bureau that was dedicated to clandestinely acquiring defense-related technology, especially from the United States, and it was created by the Israeli Ministry of Defense. So in 1960, they create this LACAM that are like, their job is just to spy about scientific weapons type stuff, and specifically what the US is doing. The gag is that US counterintelligence knew about this. And remember, who's the head of US counterintelligence? James Angleton. So James Angleton knew that they were spying on the United States regarding weapons and the development of weapons. And some people speculate that he knew that they were developing nuclear weapons because he had a totally different perspective than JFK regarding nuclear weapons, especially Israel developing them, and that he didn't think it was a big deal. He was like, what's more important is that they help us to spy on the Soviets. Remember when they gave us that intelligence about the Soviets and stuff like that? That's what matters. Let them have the nukes. Let's not rock the boat. Let's make sure we share with each other. They want to spy on us. Let them spy on us. We're spying on them. It's fine. Now it's November 8, 1960, and Kennedy is elected president. A month after JFK is elected, and a month after they find out about the Dimona facility and they brief him and everything, they also open a file on Lee Harvey Oswald. And this file is opened in the department that James Angleton is a head of, okay? And this was known as the 201 personality file on Lee Harvey Oswald, and it was opened on December 9th, 1960. Now it's January 17th, 1961. A few days before Kennedy officially is inaugurated as president, and we have the outgoing president, President Eisenhower's farewell speech.
We annually spend on military security alone more than the net income of all United States corporations.
Why?
In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic process.
It's my favorite farewell speech because I don't know if you know this about me, my OGs do. Like I'm already feeling my insufferability coming through, but I did double major in political science and history. If you care, you probably don't.
I can see that she was smart, yeah.
Mother, 3 days after this speech by Eisenhower, Kennedy takes office. It is also important to know that James Angleton was allowed by Allen Dulles, head of the CIA, to run joint operations with the Mossad outside of regular CIA channels, where he only had to report to Allen Dulles. There's some shit that's going on that nobody knows about. Nobody in the CIA other than James and Allen. This is where Allen Dulles really comes into the story, because what's going to happen very shortly after JFK takes office, like a few months later, is the Bay of Pigs invasion, incident, embarrassment, all of the above. To summarize the Bay of Pigs situation is basically that it was this covert operation that was supposed to look like these Cuban exiles were attacking the Castro communist Cuban government and create this sort of like uprising and overthrow Fidel Castro, put in this puppet government, democratic capitalist government that is basically installed by the United States and favorable to the United States and what its interests are in the region. But to not make it look like that at all, to make it look like it was this, organic thing that happened and it just so happens to benefit the United States. The problem is the whole thing went to shit because JFK felt like Allen Dulles and the CIA misled him, because they told him that the operation would be so much easier and that they would not need to use the United States military in any way. They just have to supply these old planes and paint them and make them look like Cuban planes, and that's what would happen. And JFK was like, okay, because if they fail, they fail, because I'm telling you right now, I'm not going to send any U.S. military or any air support. Like, I'm not doing that. I don't want it to look like the United States is behind this. Well, the CIA thought he was bluffing. They're like, oh, if shit hits the fan, he'll do it. He's not gonna let us lose. Like, he won't do that. Well, it ends up being this whole debacle. They find out that the planes, fucking some badass paint job, and they find that the planes were really American planes, and they find out that this was backed by the US, and like, oh my God, this is really bad. On top of that, they're losing, and they're not able to capture like the airspace to do what they need to do. It ends up being so bad that the CIA starts asking JFK for additional air support, like, help, we're gonna lose unless you send. And he's like, I told you guys, I told you guys, no, you already fucked up the paint job, and now they know that we gave them the planes. Now you want us to send our military to do airstrikes? No, I'm not doing it. And so they end up losing, and people died, and it was like this horrible thing. JFK was so pissed at Allen Dulles, but also the CIA, and he vowed to splinter it into 1,000 pieces, he said. The CIA felt like JFK betrayed them. They're like, what the fuck, bro? Like, you let us, like, you could have saved us and you didn't. So this is where the split between the CIA and JFK really, really gets bad. A month after this Bay of Pigs drama, we have another drama. And this is the Dimona drama. On May 30th, 1961, there is this meeting between JFK and the Israeli Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion. JFK asks Ben-Gurion about this nuclear reactor in Dimona. He's like, what, you making weapons there? What are you doing? And so he says, no, it's for desalination, for cheap energy. We're not doing any weapons. Lies and fairy tales. Several months after that meeting, JFK fires Allen Dulles. Well, he forces him to resign, but same thing. And this is when shit really hits the fan, because first of all, even though he was fired, they say he wasn't really fired. He was in exile working from home, and he was meeting with high-ranking intelligence officers such as Mother, James Angleton, potentially, allegedly. And so now you're in a situation where the CIA is already mad at JFK, and he fired Father, and now Mother is going over there, maybe, allegedly. You could say that James Angleton probably did not like JFK, allegedly, because not only did he fire the guy who put him in power, who built the CIA with him, but he's now pushing back and questioning Israel, which is, the liaison that Angleton is in charge of, and they have a very close relationship, and now they're having this sort of contentious relationship with JFK. So I can imagine James Angleton is like, you're fighting with all of my closest allies, basically. And in their mind, they're like, we're here for all the presidents. You come, you go, whatever, but we're here. We're the establishment, if you will. So this is a good time to talk about Mother's paranoia, because James Angleton was, how'd you say? Paranoia. That was a very bad Scarface impression.
Just say paranoia.
But he was fucking paranoid, because also in 1961, there is this KGB officer who defects. His name is Anatoly Golitsyn. Anatoly flew to the United States with a CIA escort, and he was interviewed by James Angleton personally, and he ended up convincing James Angleton that there was a high-ranking mole in the CIA, and that the KGB had restructured itself and was creating all these moles in high levels of the United States government. And this was what was known as the mole hunt, where James Angleton's paranoia had him suspecting so many people, leaders, top people, of being the mole, right? And it even created a divide in the CIA where you had the Angletonians and the anti-Angletonians. That was a whole thing. But that leads me to the theory, this is my theory, allegedly, I think is possible, maybe possible, that Angleton may have thought JFK was the mole. Remember, it's like the Cold War, United States and Israel are on the same side, and Israel's fighting with the Arabs, and when the Arabs feel like United States is supporting Israel, they run to the Soviets, and so you have this proxy war between the Arabs and the Israelis, which is like the Soviets and the Americans. Do you get what I'm saying? And so when you have JFK, who is being more friendly with the communists and Castro and Soviets and the Arabs and pushing back on Israel and the CIA, maybe James Angleton thought he was the mole. Okay, but anyway, that's just a thought. Let's move on with the facts. Now it is June 1962. 1962, very busy year. A lot of shit happens. First is this plan known as the Johnson Plan. And the Johnson Plan was basically a plan that was proposed in the United Nations where it would allow the Palestinian refugees who were displaced in 1948 at the creation of Israel to return to Palestine. Israel did not want this. JFK was supporting this. What Israel did want, though, was the United States support on this water project, that it was doing, which was basically diverting water from the Jordan River to like Israel, where they could do, the things they wanted to do with the water, with the agriculture and whatever. And obviously the Arabs, they were like, dude, now you want to take the water? Like this, they weren't going to like that. So Israel needed United States support, some backing so that they could do that. And so there's this letter between Ben-Gurion and JFK where he is asking for support for this water project. And when JFK responds, he says, sure, I'll support you on the water project, but it is contingent on you accepting the Johnson plan with the refugees. So they're like, you can take the water, but you got to take the refugees too. Israel didn't like that. They're like, no, just let us take the water. We don't want to take the Palestinians. Damn. In 1962 is another thing, okay? And this is about lobbying, okay? Now, keep in mind, JFK's brother, RFK, Bobby, was also assassinated. Also connections to MK Ultra. I'm going to get into that in another video, okay? On my Patreon, whatever. The point is, at this time, he's the Attorney General and part of JFK's administration. And he is trying to get this group known as AZC, or the American Zionist Council. He is trying to get them to register as a foreign agent because there is a Foreign Agents Registration Act, which is if you're like this lobbying group that's being funded by a foreign country, you have to register as a foreign agent. Fun fact is that the AZC was founded in 1954. Remember, that's the same year that Angleton became the Mossad's man in Washington. And even more fun fact is that the AZC renamed itself to AIPAC, which maybe you've heard of AIPAC. AIPAC stands for American Israel Public Affairs Committee. It's the largest pro-Israel lobby. They basically lobby all parties, all sides, everything. Like it's a whole thing where people are like, if you don't take money from AIPAC, it's like this whole thing is very controversial. In 1962, JFK's brother, who's part of JFK's administration, was trying to get AZC, before it was even AIPAC, to register as a foreign agent. What you should know is that that never happened. AIPAC is still not registered as a foreign agent. A lot of people think it should be, but it's not. So it appears as though they've got the United States by the scrotum. I haven't even talked about the aid that's being given and the military stuff, like we'll get to that. But you've got the situation where JFK is pushing back on Israel on several fronts. The refugee thing, the nuclear weapons, now they're trying to get AZC to register as a foreign agent. I can imagine the Israelis don't like this guy. And so that's the context in 1962 when something else happens. June 1962, Lee Harvey Oswald, the guy who supposedly shot JFK, returns to the United States. Remember, he's a defector, he's a traitor. And he returns to the United States. His travel is paid for by a loan from the United States government. In addition to paying for his travel, he's not prosecuted, he's not even debriefed. And remember, this guy defected, he's like a traitor. And this is during like the mole hunt. Remember James Angleton and his mole hunt and like the Cold War and all this? And it's weird how they're treating him. Remember when I told you earlier, when we were talking about France and the reactor and them helping, how there was this sort of French handler who had ties to French intelligence, and he was Lee Harvey Oswald's handler. Okay, this is where he comes in. So this guy's name is George D. Morenschott. And when Lee Harvey Oswald returns to the United States, he moves to Dallas. And he is immediately befriended by this French businessman. They say he's a sophisticated oil baron with deep ties to French intelligence and the CIA. And his name is George D. Morenschott. And remember, who was secretly helping Israel build nukes at Dimona? French. I'm sure it's just a coincidence. Although, George D. Morenschott, he later admitted that he was asked to, quote, check on Lee Harvey Oswald by a CIA contact in Dallas. As I said, 1962 was a big year because more shit happened. And this time, it's weapons being sold to Israel by the United States, which ended this arms embargo that was placed against Israel. In 1962, JFK, as much as he supposedly, pushed back on Israel, he broke that arms embargo and sold weapons to Israel for the first time ever, which would begin this huge thing of like the military aid that they would have from the United States. But it's not as it seems, because on the face of it, it may seem like he was doing this huge favor, but they were not satisfied. Like, the Israelis wanted more, and I'll explain what happened. So the United States sold them these Hawk anti-aircraft missiles. So they're anti-aircraft missiles, they're defensive weapons. Israel wanted offensive weapons. They wanted tanks, and they wanted jet fighters. But the United States was not willing to give them those offensive weapons. They would only give them the defensive weapons. So even though they ended the arms embargo and allowed them to purchase these weapons, Israel felt like they were entitled to the offensive weapons, not just the defensive weapons. And the United States compromise was like, listen, we don't want to give them something to escalate. Maybe if we give them these defensive weapons, they won't feel the need to develop these nuclear weapons. But that wasn't going to happen. Then there was also the economic aid. So this is a huge thing when we talk about like the lobby and stuff, because a big part of what they lobby for is this aid that Israel gets. Israel gets a lot of aid from the United States. So here, the Secretary of State, Dean Rusk, in 1962 said that American economic assistance to Israel was over $665 million from 1952 to 1962. And remember, this is in the 50s and 60s. They were given over $665 million, and that this was, quote, unparalleled elsewhere in the world. This aid obviously helped Israel with its economy and its infrastructure and its ability to develop weapons and things like that. Now we're getting to the end of 1962. We're almost at the end. It's a crazy year. And what do we have at the end of 1962? We have the Cuban Missile Crisis. Damn, what a year, huh? So the Cuban Missile Crisis was another thing that fucked up the relationship between JFK and the CIA, and also the military-industrial complex, the ones that Eisenhower warned about. Because basically what happened was, after this Bay of Pigs debacle, Fidel Castro was like, they're gonna come back and they're gonna finish the job and they're gonna kill me. And he was like, I can't stand against the United States Army. I need nukes. So he went to the Soviets. The Soviets were like, yeah, JFK didn't send the airstrikes, like, weak. We're going to move the nukes in there because he probably won't do anything about it. Well, what ended up happening was that JFK was like, oh my God, what the fuck? We need to do something about it. So JFK ends up meeting with heads of the CIA and heads of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the highest ranking military officials, aka the military industrial complex, you could say, in addition to like the weapons contractors and stuff. And they all say the same thing. They're like, you need to invade, airstrikes, bomb them, the whole nine. JFK is like, you know what? First of all, I don't trust you. Second of all, I don't want World War III. I'm already trying to tame the flames over here, and now you guys want me to like start some fucking shit over here. He ends up creating his own group known as XCOM, which include his brother, Bobby. Yes, the same one that's trying to get the APAC precursor to register as a foreign agent. And he has these back channel discussions with the Soviets and the Cubans and all this stuff, and they ended up reaching a deal. So they go and circumvent the CIA. They circumvent the military industrial complex, if you will, and he does his own thing. So again, now we have this situation where the CIA feels like they've been betrayed, and they feel threatened also because JFK is talking about cutting their budget. He already said he wants to splinter them into a million pieces. He fired, the head of the CIA. They feel like he's a threat. And I bet you James Angleton was like, and here comes my theory again, where James Angleton is probably like, this guy's the fucking mole. Oh my God, look, he's not trying to like bomb them and do stuff. Now he wants to go and have secret conversations with them. I bet you he's the fucking mole. Like, I could see it now. He's like, oh, he's talking to the Soviets and he's talking to Fidel Castro. I'm like, again, Mike, speaking of the mole hunt, now it's 1963. This is the year that Kennedy gets assassinated, by the way. And the mole hunt gets personal for James Angleton.
Tricky to find.
What? Oh, you bumped it. Sorry.
The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power.
Die Mohrenschuld. founded in 1954. Remember, that's the same year that Angleton became the Mossad's man in Washington. And even more fun fact is that the AZC renamed itself to AIPAC, which maybe you've heard of AIPAC. AIPAC stands for American Israel Public Affairs Committee. It's the largest pro-Israel lobby. They basically lobby all parties, all sides, everything. Like it's a whole thing where people are like, if you don't take money from AIPAC, it's like this whole thing is very controversial. In 1962, JFK's brother, who's part of JFK's administration, was trying to get AZC, before it was even AIPAC, to register as a foreign agent. What you should know is that that never happened. AIPAC is still not registered as a foreign agent. A lot of people think it should be, but it's not. So it appears as though they've got the United States by the scrotum. I haven't even talked about the aid that's being given and the military stuff, like we'll get to that. But you've got the situation where JFK is pushing back on Israel on several fronts. The refugee thing, the nuclear weapons, now they're trying to get AZC to register as a foreign agent. I can imagine the Israelis don't like this guy. And so that's the context in 1962 when something else happens. June 1962, Lee Harvey Oswald, the guy who supposedly shot JFK, returns to the United States. Remember, he's a defector, he's a traitor. And he returns to the United States. His travel is paid for by a loan from the United States government. In addition to paying for his travel, he's not prosecuted, he's not even debriefed. And remember, this guy defected, he's like a traitor. And this is during like the mole hunt. Remember James Angleton and his mole hunt and like the Cold War and all this? And it's weird how they're treating him. Remember when I told you earlier, when we were talking about France and the reactor and them helping, how there was this sort of French handler who had ties to French intelligence, and he was Lee Harvey Oswald's handler. Okay, this is where he comes in. So this guy's name is George D. Mohrenschildt. And when Lee Harvey Oswald returns to the United States, he moves to Dallas, and he is immediately befriended by this French businessman. They say he's a sophisticated oil baron with deep ties to French intelligence and the CIA. And his name is George de Mohrenschildt. And remember, who was secretly helping Israel build nukes at Dimona? French. I'm sure it's just a coincidence. Although, George de Mohrenschildt, he later admitted that he was asked to, quote, check on Lee Harvey Oswald by a CIA contact in Dallas. As I said, 1962 was a big year because more shit happened. And this time, it's weapons being sold to Israel by the United States, which ended this arms embargo that was placed against Israel. In 1962, JFK, as much as he supposedly, pushed back on Israel, he broke that arms embargo and sold weapons to Israel for the first time ever, which would begin this huge thing of like the military aid that they would have from the United States. But it's not as it seems, because on the face of it, it may seem like he was doing this huge favor, but they were not satisfied. Like the Israelis wanted more, and I'll explain what happened. So the United States sold them these Hawk anti-aircraft missiles. So they're anti-aircraft missiles, they're defensive weapons. Israel wanted offensive weapons. They wanted tanks and they wanted jet fighters. But the United States was not willing to give them those offensive weapons. They would only give them the defensive weapons. So even though they ended the arms embargo and allowed them to purchase these weapons, Israel felt like they were entitled to the offensive weapons, not just the defensive weapons. And the United States compromise was like, listen, we don't want to give them something to escalate. Maybe if we give them these defensive weapons, they won't feel the need to develop these nuclear weapons. But that wasn't going to happen. Then there was also the economic aid. So this is a huge thing when we talk about like the lobby and stuff, because a big part of what they lobby for is this aid that Israel gets. Israel gets a lot of aid from the United States. So here, the Secretary of State, Dean Rusk, in 1962 said that American economic assistance to Israel was over $665 million from 1952 to 1962. And remember, this is in the 50s and 60s. They were given over $665 million. and that this was, quote, unparalleled elsewhere in the world. This aid obviously helped Israel with its economy and its infrastructure and its ability to develop weapons and things like that. Now we're getting to the end of 1962. We're almost at the end. It's a crazy year. And what do we have at the end of 1962? We have the Cuban Missile Crisis. Damn, what a year, huh? So the Cuban Missile Crisis was another thing that fucked up the relationship between JFK and the CIA and also the military-industrial complex, the ones that Eisenhower warned about. Because basically what happened was, after this Bay of Pigs debacle, Fidel Castro was like, they're gonna come back and they're gonna finish the job and they're gonna kill me. And he was like, I can't stand against the United States Army. I need nukes. So he went to the Soviets. The Soviets were like, yeah, JFK didn't send the airstrikes, like, weak. We're going to move the nukes in there because he probably won't do anything about it. Well, what ended up happening was that JFK was like, oh my God, what the fuck? We need to do something about it. So JFK ends up meeting with heads of the CIA and heads of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the head, like the highest ranking military officials, aka the military industrial complex, you could say, in addition to like the weapons contractors and stuff. And they all say the same thing. They're like, you need to invade, airstrikes, you know, bomb them, the whole night. JFK's like, you know what? First of all, I don't trust you. Second of all, I don't want World War III. I'm already trying to tame the flames over here, and now you guys want me to like start some fucking shit over here. He ends up creating his own group known as XCOM, which include his brother, Bobby. Yes, the same one that's trying to get the APAC precursor to register as a foreign agent. And he has these back channel discussions with the Soviets and the Cubans and all this stuff, and they ended up reaching a deal. So they go and circumvent the CIA. They circumvent the military industrial complex, if you will, and he does his own thing. So again, now we have this situation where the CIA feels like they've been betrayed, and they feel threatened also because JFK is talking about cutting their budget. He already said he wants to splinter them into 1 million pieces. He fired, you know, the head of the CIA. He's just, they feel like he's a threat. And I bet you James Angleton was like, and here comes my theory again, where James Angleton is probably like, this guy's the fucking mole. Oh my God, look, he's not trying to like bomb them and do stuff. Now he wants to go and have secret conversations with them. I bet you he's the fucking mole. Like, I could see it now. He's like, oh, he's talking to the Soviets and he's talking to Fidel Castro. I'm like, again, my theory. Speaking of the mole hunt, now it's 1963. This is the year that Kennedy gets assassinated, by the way. And the mole hunt gets personal for James Angleton because this guy that he went way back with, this British guy, Kim Philby, who was like a high-ranking MI6, which is the like UK intelligence official. He was also like the liaison to Washington. He turns out to be a mole, a double agent for the Soviets. In 1963, he defects. As you can imagine, all this did was increase James Angleton's obsession with finding the mole. Because guess who told him that this guy, Kim Philby, was the mole before he defected? That guy, Anatoly, the one who told him about the CIA mole. Yeah, he's the same one who told him about Kim. This incident is basically giving legitimacy to the guy who told James Angleton that there is a high-ranking mole in the CIA and the US government. So now that this happened, it's only furthering James Angleton's obsession with finding the mole in the US. Additionally, apparently there's this guy, his name is Teddy Kolik, who is an Israeli intelligence officer, and he also warned James Angleton that Kim Philby was a mole, and that turned out to be true. So then again, here comes me and my conspiracy theory. Again, like I said, it's my conspiracy theory, is that now that JFK was really pushing back against Israel, as you'll see, I wonder if maybe some Israeli intelligence put it in Angleton's mind that maybe JFK was the mole to try to get rid of him. And it is at this point where tensions between JFK and Israel reach an all-time high, because there's going to be this series of letters back and forth between the Israeli Prime Minister and JFK about having inspections at the Dimona nuclear plant. It's at this point where tensions between JFK and Israel are about to reach an all-time high, and they continue to escalate up until his death. The first document that we have here is from January 23rd, 1963, and it's the CIA document that's called the Arab-Israeli Problem, and they're basically like analyzing the situation. And in this analysis, they estimate that the Dimona reactor would become operational later that year, and that by the following year, if operated at its maximum capacity for the production of weapons-grade plutonium, the reactor could produce sufficient plutonium for 1 or 2 weapons a year. So now it's April 1963, and Kennedy is like, okay, we need to have an inspection as soon as possible. In every letter where JFK is trying to like lock down a date and get an inspection like booked, scheduled, whatever you want to call it, they're kind of avoiding, changing the subject, delaying, and as that goes on, he's becoming increasingly more frustrated, and it gets to the point where there's this, quote, ultimatum. There is this telegram that is sent to the U.S. Embassy in Tel Aviv. So the Secretary of State, Dean Rusk, asked Ambassador Barber to, quote, press, unquote, for an affirmative reply to the U.S. request for semi-annual inspections of Dimona. A week after this telegram, we have a letter from Ben-Gurion to President Kennedy. And this was April 26, 1963. So in this letter, Ben-Gurion tried to change the subject. It's a long letter. He's talking about regional stability and Israeli security. Keep in mind that while these letters were going back and forth, the head of counterintelligence at the CIA, James Angleton, was running a, quote, private channel with the Mossad that often bypassed, if not contradicted, JFK's own agenda. That same month, in April, something happens with Lee Harvey Oswald, okay? The guy, George D. Mohrenschildt, he leaves suddenly, and he moves to Haiti. Apparently, he was on a contract that was arranged with CIA help. And then Lee Harvey Oswald moves to New Orleans. And while he's in New Orleans, he gets a new handler. This is a guy called David Ferry. Now, he was known to have anti-Castro and intelligence connections, and he was a pilot, and he claimed that he didn't know Oswald. But then there were these photos that surfaced of them together at a Civil Air Patrol cookout that contradicted his claims that he didn't know Oswald, because they were both there. A month later, in May of 1963, we have another letter. This one is from JFK to Ben-Gurion, May 4th, 1963. And in this response to Ben-Gurion's long letter where he basically ignored what Kennedy said about having these inspections, Kennedy assured the prime minister that he shared his concern, but he brought it right back to the issue at hand. And he was like, listen, we're not changing the subject. Again, what's going on with the reactor? About a week later, May 12th, 1963, Ben-Gurion sends another letter to JFK. And again, it's long and it's very personal. It's 9 pages typed. Again, he changes the subject, ignores what he's saying about the inspections, and he starts talking about the Arab leaders and how he feels threatened by them, essentially. And this is a quote from that letter. He says, knowing them, I am convinced that they are capable of following the Nazi example. Nasser is in fact adopting the National Socialist ideology of the Nazis. Nasser, by the way, is Gamal Abdel Nasser, who at the time was the leader of Egypt, and also the UAR, which was at one point when it was like the United Arab Republic, where like Syria and Egypt were together. So he says, for many years, the civilized world did not take seriously Hitler's statement that one of his aims was the worldwide extermination of the Jewish people. I have no doubt that a similar thing might happen to Jews in Israel if Nasser succeeded in defeating our army. Less than a week later, JFK responds. Again, back to the subject at hand, is the nuclear weapons. And Kennedy says, there is no more urgent business for the whole world than the control of nuclear weapons. He says that the dangers in the proliferation of national nuclear weapon systems are so obvious that I am sure I need not repeat them here. And JFK says that As strong as the U.S. commitment to Israel's security was, it would seriously jeopardize in the public opinion of this country if it was thought that this government was unable to obtain reliable information on a subject as vital to peace as the question of the character of Israel's effort in the nuclear field. Again, Ben-Gurion responds to this letter evasively, and he tries to delay the inspections. So this was May 27th, 1963. He says here that, listen, these visits have already happened, and he says that he needs a delay, saying that there would be nothing to see here until early 1964 when the reactor is started up, and at present nothing is going on here except for building construction. Essentially is what he says. But in this month of May 1963, the United States starts to learn that the French have been secretly helping the Israelis with this Dimona nuclear reactor. A month later, in June, Kennedy sends his, quote, harshest letter. And this is supposedly the true ultimatum letter that he sends, where he basically says, either let us come and inspect what's going on there, or we're gonna withdraw our support. Like, that's all there is to it. And so this is the June 15th, 1963 letter, where Kennedy says that they need to have these visits, or, he said, Washington's commitment to and support of Israel could be seriously jeopardized if it should be thought that we are unable to obtain reliable information on a subject as vital as their intentions to create nuclear weapons. This harsher ultimatum letter never actually got delivered to Ben-Gurion because he actually resigned the day that it arrived for him. And then there was a new prime minister, Levi Eshkol. And on July 4th of 1963, Independence Day, the State Department sends a telegram to the U.S. Embassy in Israel where it has this new letter to the new prime minister. And it's basically the same letter that he sent Ben-Gurion, the ultimatum one. The only difference is in the top, there's like, oh, congratulations on being the new prime minister, whatever. But it's basically the same thing. And apparently the prime minister was kind of surprised because he didn't think that they would address this issue so soon. They thought they had bought time and they would be like, let's wait for them to transition. But it was like, no. What's going on with the inspections? Like JFK was not letting them get sidetracked, and he was getting increasingly more frustrated because they kept delaying and, beating around the bush, if you will. About 2 weeks after Kennedy sends a letter to the new prime minister, the prime minister responds, but the response is really just to buy time, saying we need more time to respond. It wasn't until August 19th when they actually responded. And so over a month after that letter was sent and agreed to the inspections at the Dimona plant. And they agreed that it would happen in late 1963, as we know, or maybe you don't know, that is when JFK got assassinated. That inspection got delayed and it was pushed to January 1964. So his death prevented that inspection from happening when it was supposed to, and then also when it did happen, I'll talk about later what happened, because that's what's known as the Dimona deception. A lot of these letters that I read you, some of them were already released a long time ago, some of them were recently declassified in the one that happened earlier this year in 2025, but there are still documents that have not been declassified. And even the ones that were declassified, they have a lot of like redactions on them still. So there's still stuff we don't know about what went down in these letters and stuff. While all this back and forth was going on with the letters between JFK and the Prime Minister of Israel, guess what was going on with Lee Harvey Oswald? Let me tell you, Lee Harvey Oswald, he is setting up this fake pro-Castro chapter in New Orleans. It says here that Oswald stamps his pro-Castro leaflets with the address 544 Camp Street. This building is the office of Guy Bannister, a former FBI agent and right-wing paramilitary leader working with anti-Castro exiles. Oswald is essentially running a pro-communist front out of an anti-communist headquarters. There's this really weird incident that happens where Lee Harvey Oswald gets into this very public fight while he's passing out these pro-Castro flyers with an anti-Castro group that would later turn out to be funded by the CIA, and he gets arrested. And a lot of people speculate that this was sort of like all orchestrated and fake so that people would see this and they would be witnesses to the fact that Lee Harvey Oswald was pro-Castro. Knowing, like, the theory is that later on when he killed JFK, they were like sort of setting the stage for witnesses to say, oh yeah, we know this guy, we saw him, and he got into a fight with like anti-Castro people, he's pro-Castro. Now it's September 1963, and this is when Lee Harvey Oswald goes to Mexico. And when he's in Mexico, he visits the Cuban and Soviet embassies. This is where we have this weird thing that happens with this imposter, where the CIA seems to be creating a paper trail of Lee Harvey Oswald visiting these embassies in Mexico. But when people look at the evidence that the CIA claims is Lee Harvey Oswald, the pictures don't match him, like the person's like overweight and doesn't match him. And then also they say that in these recordings that they claim to have intercepted where he is speaking to the Soviet embassy in Russian, the person in this audio that the CIA claims is Lee Harvey Oswald is speaking with an accent, broken Russian, whereas like Lee Harvey Oswald spoke fluently. And so again, this theory comes about that they're sort of creating this imposter, setting the stage, creating a fake storyline that is making Lee Harvey Oswald seem like he is part of this conspiracy with Castro to kill JFK. A month after that is when JFK got assassinated. JFK was assassinated on November 22nd, 1963 in Dallas, when Lee Harvey Oswald was arrested. And then the news were all up in his face, like, did you kill the president? Did you kill? He said, no, I didn't. They're bringing me in because I lived in the Soviet Union. And he's like, I'm just a patsy.
Come on, man. President. No, they're taking me in because of the fact that I lived in the Soviet Union. I'm just a patsy.
And then 2 days later, he gets shot by Jack Ruby, who is this guy that has connections with like MK Ultra through Dr. Jolly. Who, remember, Dr. Jolly's handler was Sidney Gottlieb, who's head of MK Ultra. James Angleton was above Sidney Gottlieb. MK Ultra was actually under James Angleton's department. JFK gets assassinated right around the time that the inspections to the nuclear power plant were supposed to happen. And actually, because of his assassination, they get postponed to January 1964 instead of the end of 1963. So it's like, who benefited from his assassination? Also, it says here that after Kennedy's death, one CIA analyst would lament that evidence of an Israeli bomb program had been downplayed internally, hinting that pro-Israel sympathies, implicitly Angleton's, contributed to a lack of aggressive intelligence collection. And that there's this author called Samuel Katz, and he claimed that Angleton directed CIA assistance to the Israeli nuclear weapons program. And that evidence indicates that while JFK's non-proliferation stance created friction over Dimona, CIA and Mossad cooperation grew stronger in this era. And that they had collaborative efforts that were known as KK Mountain. You know how there's like MK Ultra, and so like the prefix for the collaboration between CIA and Mossad was KK. And during this time there was a cryptonym, KK Mountain, which denoted CIA Mossad cooperation in the 1960s. And they say that it was under this KK Mountain where they were having that coordination that, remember, was outside of regular CIA briefing channels. Only Allen Dulles was to be briefed of this. And then remember who fired Allen Dulles, and remember who was accused of, in exile, still running the CIA and meeting with high-ranking officials, Allen Dulles. And so the theory is that, could it be as revenge, or because they thought he was the mole, or because they saw him as a genuine threat and this was like for the good of the nation, or all of the above? For whatever reason, Angleton and Dulles and maybe some other people like the Mossad felt like JFK was a threat, and they decided to take him out. And that this whole Lee Harvey Oswald thing and the handlers and all the weird things with that was all part of this elaborate conspiracy to get rid of this threat. And if you look at it through the Israeli lens specifically, you will see that they benefited greatly from JFK's death. Because when Lyndon B. Johnson was then in power after JFK's assassination, he wasn't pressing for these non-proliferation things. They did have, in January of 1964, an inspection of the Dimona nuclear plant, and that's what's known as the Dimona Deception. And I'd like to read you a quote of what happened. When the American scientists finally visited, the Israelis, under the guidance of the Mossad and defense establishment, built fake control rooms, bricked up elevators, and created false walls to hide the underground levels where the plutonium reprocessing was happening. And so the deception succeeded. And following JFK's assassination, they were able to obtain nukes. There was no more inspection, non-proliferation. They got more aid. There was another fucking shit that went down, and it's known as the NUMAC affair, also known as the Apollo affair. And it is when U.S. intelligence suspected that more than 200 pounds of highly enriched uranium went missing from a U.S. naval fuel plant in Pennsylvania. It's called the NUMAC facility in Apollo, Pennsylvania. And that this highly enriched uranium was diverted to Israel to aid in its nuclear weapons program. That the plant's president was a guy called Zalman Shapiro, who was a prominent Zionist with close Israeli contacts, and that CIA analysts later concluded that the NUMAC plant was, quote, an Israeli operation from the beginning, end quote. However, despite these suspicions, there was an investigation that happened in 1978, and it could not substantiate this theft, partly due to the fact that the CIA and the FBI were reluctant to share data that could have either proven it or disproven it definitively. And I would like to ask, why is that? It always seems like they have the United States by the scrotum. You know what I mean? What is that about? There's more shit that went down. Like the 1967, there was the USS Liberty, where the United States was attacked by Israel, but it was supposedly a mistake and an accident and like, oopsies, sorry. But then there's also conspiracy theories with that, because some of the intelligence, it says here, many in the U.S. intelligence community suspected a deliberate attack, including former Secretary of State Dean Rusk and Admiral Thomas Moore. They argue that it was deliberate and it was possibly to prevent the Liberty from intercepting Israeli communications about plans to seize the Golan Heights, and that there were maybe potential war crimes that were occurring that they did not want the United States to know about, or to even draw the United States into the war against Egypt. And the reason why they dispute this is because there's something such as the fact that there was a very visible American flag, and that there was a lot of reconnaissance that was going on before that let them know that this was an American ship. By 1967 and 1968, Israel had nukes. Who stood to benefit from JFK's death? I'm not saying that Israel did anything. I'm just saying that there's this pattern where they had sort of beef, and then after he died, there's this pattern where like things went really good for them. In 1968, RFK, JFK's brother, was assassinated. And remember, he was the one trying to make the lobby register as a foreign agent. So I'm going to go into that in my MK Ultra episode, because there are links with Sirhan to MK Ultra. It's like a whole last thing. Let me know, what do you guys think? Do you guys think that there's a pattern here? Do you guys think that it's totally coincidence? What do you think? Do you think that the CIA did it without the Mossad? Do you think that the Mossad did it without the CIA? Do you think they did it together? Do you think it was just straight up Lee Harvey Oswald and his crazy ass, and Jack Ruby was also crazy, and it was just a bunch of crazy people doing crazy things and had nothing to do with any government or any establishment? You know, Epstein seems to think it's the establishment. Epstein, who's up there and, you know, allegedly an agent with the Mossad, and does he have connections with the CIA and all this stuff and all these leaders and stuff? The Epstein email where he said that the establishment was trying to get rid of Trump through illegality, not like what they did to JFK. I'd love to know what you guys think. Let me know. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you guys in my next one. Bye.
Hello, everybody. And welcome back to the channel. Today I'm going to be showing you part 2 of where to find all the remaining briefcases in 76. So yeah, let's get started. Okay, so you're going to come to Hamley Run Camp. You're not going to go directly to the camp. When you spawn in, you're going to go down this hill right here. You're going to follow it all the way down. I didn't speed any of this video up either, just because there are some spots where you can't spawn into. But once you get down here, you're going to keep on going. There might be some hogs that are going to be around. It's quite a ways down the riverbed, or where there was a river. And right here, you're going to come to a fork in the road. There's going to be a lead deposit right here. You're going to turn up to the left. Might be some mole rats. Let's get rid of those first. And right here you'll see a little pond with some brain fungus. And right behind this rock, you'll find your first briefcase.
Some lap. Get some lap.
Ash and Steel does something most RPGs wouldn't dare to do today. It simply doesn't tell you where to go. Welcome. Today, I'd like to share thoughts on a recently released game and the design choices developers made. And I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, so if you have any, let me know in the comments. I'd love to hear what you think. And thank you for joining me. So, even though Ash and Steel has its fair share of issues, like bugs, performance hiccups, the usual early release chaos, I've really come to enjoy it. A lot of people compare it to classics like Gothic or Risen, and honestly, that's fair. The inspiration is obvious. One thing people criticize over and over though is the lack of an in-game map and quest markers. No compass paints, no glowing arrows, no hovering icons. Technically, that's only true in Act 1. In Act 2, your character, who is a cartographer, finally gets a map. Whether it makes sense that it takes him this long, well, we can debate that another time. But the important thing is, the absence of an early game map and the absence of markers throughout the game is a deliberate design choice, not an oversight. And judging by some reaction, I've seen it's a very controversial one. One guy on the Steam forums wrote, and I'm paraphrasing here, "I will buy this until the depths learn it's his back." End of paraphrasing. Well, maybe they will change it. I doubt it though, and honestly, I'm glad they didn't. I didn't expect that reaction from myself. I tried the demo and bounced off quickly. It felt clunky, and the lack of directions confused me. Even tested my patience. Quest givers would say things like, "Go find this guy," or "Grab that item from my chest," and that was it. No guidance, no magical breadcrumbs. And at first, it really annoyed me, and then somehow, it started to immerse me. One NPC at the woodworkers camp gave me slightly more detailed directions. Head that way, then past that, then turn here. It still took effort to find the place, but suddenly I was paying attention again, listening, actually thinking about the world instead of just following the market. Before I continue, keep in mind this is just my opinion. You may totally disagree, and that's fine. I'm not here to convince you. I just want to explain why this worked for me, and I would like to hear your thoughts on this. because somehow this game arrived at the perfect moment. After playing so many modern RPGs, I had gotten used to convenient systems, Skyrim, floating icons in MMORPGs, GPS like street routes in 7. It's comfortable, efficient, and it slowly trains you to stop noticing the world around you, in my opinion. Older games were different. When you played Ultima back in the day, you didn't get markers. Sometimes you didn't even have a map. And if you did, it was a physical cloth map showing continents and precise quest locations. You had to search, you had to quest. I think World of Warcraft was when markers fully entered my gaming life. Before WoW had, before add-ons, before coordinates, it was sometimes required actual exploration. Over the years, convenient features became known, and we all noticed it. Of Ash and Steel, with all its flaws, doesn't really follow that trend. The question is that a flaw, or is it a feature? For me, it became a feature, a genuinely refreshing one. Without markers, I had to actually learn the world. Road signs mattered again, landmarks mattered, the shape of the terrain mattered. When a road split and neither path was marked, you can rely on instinct, you have to explore. Sometimes that meant running away from high-level enemies, other times discovering secrets or a new quest by accident. It felt like an adventure again, not a checklist. Some might call this Stockholm Syndrome, and I disagree. In real life, I was more immersed than I had been in a long time. I think the last time I played that was maybe Baldur's Gate 3. That game did have a map, but sometimes had quite big directions sometimes, and some parts truly felt like an adventure, where you'd stumble into something very optional, not relevant to the story, but you found it because you recalled it. As a contrast, I recently launched a polished AAA RPG. Beautiful, big budget, lots of systems, and within minutes, the map exploded with icons. Question marks everywhere, marker trails everywhere. Go there, kill X, return to marker. I got bored incredibly fast, and I uninstalled. On many, it made a still small difference. Okay, I need to find this McKicken, and this game simply doesn't give me a map, so I simply have to search. But I feel like this actually makes quests feel like quests, not, okay, follow marker, hit monster, open chest, run towards the big marker on your UI, or the marker on the map, and the quest. It doesn't feel like chores, it feels like a quest. Now, again, Of Ash and Steel truly isn't perfect, far from it, but it managed to pull me back into the mindset of old school RPGs. Their quests, they were new. Sure, you can say, just turn off markers in modern games, and yes, sometimes you can, but it's hard to resist the temptation to peek at them. Convenience is addictive, you know it's there, so you use it. Here, that option doesn't exist, at least not in Act 1. And because the game is now niche, there aren't many guides. You can either dig through Let's Plays or accept the challenge and try to find things yourself. For me, this worked beautifully because of the character you play. A lost cartographer, bad at fighting, stranded in a land he doesn't know. He needs gear, skills, supplies, and he needs to literally learn the world. Being confused in direction is at the beginning makes the role appropriately, and enhances the experience. So, does every game need maps and markers? Every RPG? No, absolutely not. But fully understand why something is not custom, outdated, or inconvenient. If you hate the idea of searching and navigating by yourself, this game probably isn't for you, and that's completely okay. There are plenty of great games with more guidance and fewer technical issues. But if you're in the right mood, if you enjoy the idea of role-playing a character who has to genuinely find his way around, without without the comfort of modern UI design, then Of Ash and Steel might actually surprise you. It surprised me. It might feel jarring at first, and it did for me, but then suddenly it felt like I was 12 again, playing Ultima, trying to find that one dungeon. What do you think? Does this design choice feel outdated? Or does it feel like a fun throwback to classic adventure design? Let me know in the comments. Anyway, I'm back. I have to find some camp and I have really just a general direction. But I'm actually looking forward trying to find it. So, thank you for watching and I'll see you next time. What's up?
Bye now.
See you.
Oh yeah, we're locked. I forgot. What? Where do I go? Yeah, I'm here. How do I go in? How I have not gotten cops is beyond me. Oh god, really? It's like in there? Really? You're gonna make me climb this thing? Are you serious? Ugh. You are like forcing me to look at the wall. Why? Stop forcing me to look at the wall. Ugh. Couldn't catch that. I don't know. What? I don't know. I don't know what to do. This mission seems glitched. And I don't know what to do. I don't see a solution here. Oh, maybe it's below or something dumb? I don't know. Or up? I don't know. I mean, it might be up, but I don't know. Oh, wait. Is that it? That might be it, but I don't see a way up. I don't think that goes up there. Yeah, I don't know what they want here, unless it's in the basement or something. I don't know what they want. I might leave this one and start over, or I don't know. Maybe it's around the other way or something. I don't know. That's odd. I think they repaired my car? Oh no, I guess not. So, is there something lower? Oh, okay. Okay, alright. Here we go. How did you live? I shot you in the goddamn cheek. The fuck was that? You lived somehow. This slug shotgun in the cheek, yeah?
Do anything to you, please!
Shit, nothing. Wait a minute. We're gonna have to find somebody higher up on the food chain. Okay, I've got one last bunch of hippies we can flip over. They're hanging out at a hotel in the business district, probably networking at some bullshit well-being conference with their little hipster tech bro hedge fund friends. Sending you a location now.
Everybody gets one. Gonna plug my headphones in now. They should be charged enough. Combat is not as bad.
Corner the boss! Make him squeal!
Fellow human, let's walk together in love and tranquility. Okay?
Let me talk to this guy. Put me on speakerphone. Okay, trust fund fetus, you've got one chance before I take this fucker's collar and chain off. The raid! The guy's in white. What have you done with Lab Rat?
I don't know, man. I don't know. But there's some guys in white on Elysian Island. Some kind of new wellness venture my dad's going to invest in. That's all I can tell you.
You better be right. Now get the fuck out of here before we grind you into paste.
Well, fresh meat, looks like we're heading down to the water side. Elysian Island? What the fuck kind of rabbit hole is this? Ooh, my nutsack's tingling. Whoever's behind this, they're big. There's only a few warehouses down there. Should be easy to track them down. Send me pictures of whatever evidence you find in there. Is that a pharmaceutical keycard? What the fuck is going on here, dude? Got your picture. Look at this! It was these guys! These assholes could be coming back at any time. Don't dawdle. We've lost enough fool against these fuckerinos. Look! They planned the whole attack! with all the pharmaceutical shit? Ooh, I smell a conspiracy, fresh meat.
Get back!
Brains.
Yeah!
You fucking fuck up. Shit for brains.
I'll send over some cash for your help. We'll be in touch. Gonna see what Luchador thinks about all this. We're coming, Lab Rat!
Game is beautiful. Sometimes it forces you to look at the sandbox, but I don't mind that. You learn a lot. Like what's down here, what you can expect. There is a jump that I could do. Try and do that jump, I guess. Maybe that car might be fast enough, but I'm trying to get to my car. Nice. Sweet, I got to teleport out. 20k, not bad, but I mean, just trying to move forward in the game, get stuff done. Nice. Beautiful. That's odd. There's a cheese cache out there with some kind of treasure or something. Oh, it is a cheese cache. It's way out there in the water, I guess. Alright, teleport me out to Chuma. Or, well, no, take me to the,
Okay, good sleuthing, FM, but I got more questions than answers. Why would a pharmaceutical company send a hit squad to kidnap lab rat? Is it the FIB? Deep state aliens? Who the fuck do I gotta kill? And how am I gonna do anything about a lab rat? He keeps me level, man. He knows my doses. I'm way out of sync when I can least afford to be. We gotta move on this. Get down here when you can.
wow, I didn't even look at, like, that side of it. What the hell is down there? Well, we'll go down there eventually. I feel like I should probably raid the house. I don't have anything on my bar. No water on my bar. I'm gonna go back and get it then. I gotta finish my main character's MSQ first. Reveal the whole map and get all the quest lines and do the sides and all that stuff. I'm gonna do that on my main, but the custom is where my main interest is. Honestly. Person, you're reload faster. faster. That's way, way faster. It's way, way faster to go to first person. I didn't know. Done on GTA today. Nighttime looks awesome. I love Fallout 76 now. They work on it so hard. Quite beautiful. It shows what they can do with a contained world. They're really not... I mean, they are Sandbox developers, but they're not amazing at it. They're really more sort of a mixture of all of it.
I've confirmed with the store. As soon as you drop the parts off, they'll release the funds to your account. Easiest money you've ever made. Unless, you know, your movements are tracked by an opportunistic criminal gang full of people like you. Always a possibility. Anyway, good luck.
How much money do I have? I've been doing all these missions. Oh no, I'm at 800 right now. Yeah, I guess so. It's a player where that would have hit me. I guess when I get closer, I should use a shotgun. I have a shotgun. What? I am not close. Yeah, I guess the double in the explosion size. Yeah, I guess. Oh my god. I don't care. I'm learning. I'm learning that. Wow. Yeah, I have like a powerful ass fucking like mini nuke that has a huge explosion radius. What happens if I just lob ones into there for fun? It almost landed on it. Oh, Jesus Christ, it was like fucking 25 feet away or something. Come on, man. Oh my god, that's like 3 times in a row now.